Morning, we are live from City Hall. That was good, yeah. We have 9 here and 10, 11. Which one? We want to know. Yeah, tell us. Is that? Can you check the minutes? Is that council services? Which meeting is it? No.
1.515 under protocols.
Oh.
It's in the wrong one. So all we need to do is confirm that. So Councillor,
You're just making an amendment? Just clerical.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nguurratu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright.
Oh, she's joining in a bit.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Princeby.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
good morning.
Councillor Plaquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right, adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the March 14, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 7.1, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Municipal Response Plan Update, 7.2, Capital Finance Update, 7.3, Operating Financial Update, 7.6, Permanent Electors Register, 7.10, 2023 Council and Committee Calendar Change, 9.2, Edmonton Arts Council Update, and 9.4, Collective Bargaining Update.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We're just waiting on one vote.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Okay, well, you want to go to Councillor Rutherford to do it? Councillor Rutherford, can you move the approval of the minutes, please?
Yeah, so I will move the approval of the February 21st, 2023 council public hearing meeting and the February 22, 24, 2023 city council meeting with the following change for item 1.5.5, change Warden Olnick to Ward Métis.
Second.
All right. Any other errors or omissions in the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
I knew that would make you happy.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes,
I
please.
thought you'd find it. I thought you'd notice.
That is carried. Protocol items. If not, I will start. Yes. First, very quick one, and we will be seeing this group during our lunch break. I want to welcome Wave Chair Fumi Omole with the winners of the Parity Egg Policy Competition. And congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you're only here for a brief moment, but we will be seeing you during lunch, and we'll get to learn more about your work. So keep it up. See you then. Okay. And moving on to other protocol items. Last week, the City of Edmonton celebrated its Open Data Days. The city is deeply committed to transparency and innovation, and open and effective government requires transparency in order to serve our citizens better. The Open Data Portal gives all Edmontonians, including businesses and stakeholders, access to data used to make city decisions or to create an app that makes our city a more livable place. We have won a number of awards for our open data programs over the years. It was particularly special this year as our open data program won its 4th Canadian Open Data Award, this year winning the category of accessibility. Accessibility is about making data more usable by people with a wide range of technical abilities. Edmonton was the first organization in North America to adopt the International Open Data Charter, a commitment to implement global best practices standards to achieve the full potential of open data movement. 12 years ago, the City of Edmonton launched the Open Data Portal with just 12 datasets. Today, the catalog has grown to include 13,000 datasets and 2,400 assets in total. Backed by an open data policy, annual engagement has risen from 150,000 to over 25 million in 2022. More recently, the open data team has focused their efforts on adding and refining datasets to make them more accessible to those of us who aren't data geeks, like Councillor Knack. You are data geek. We are not. So that's what I meant. Yeah. All right. One example of this is human-readable transit schedule that was added to complement the very technical transit data used by Google and Transit app. Transit app use city open data to track your bus in real time so transit users can be on time. When the weather warms up, people can use open data to find fruit trees in our neighborhoods. Everyone can even find out how many people own pet pigeons. There are 68 pigeon licenses, by the way, in the city. Yeah. I want to congratulate the City of Edmonton Open Data team in the Service Innovation and Performance branch on this award and encourage everyone to visit edmonton.ca/open data to learn more. I would now like to take a moment to acknowledge those who are here with us this morning who have been part of these important efforts. Please stand as I call your name if you're here with us today. Catherine Sparks. Russell Loga. Karen Parker. Stephen Natch-Tegel. And Ian Gillis. Thank you for your commitment to building a more open city. Congratulations. All right. And one more. This one is another exciting achievement for the city. In early January, the Canadian Home Builders Association ranked Edmonton number 1 in its 2022 municipal benchmarking study. This study examines how local development processes, approvals, and charges affect housing affordability and housing supply in major cities. It looked at 3 indicators: approval timelines, government charges, and planning features. When combined, Edmonton took the top spot. This is great news for Edmonton, and it took the efforts of great people. I'm pleased to recognize City of Edmonton staff that have been working hard to save applicants time and money. Edmonton's typical approval timeline for development applications is less than half of what is in Vancouver or Toronto. The city has automated most development permits and started publicizing service timelines to give applicants predictable, transparent service. When it comes to electronic and payment capabilities, availability of key planning documents, and accountability, the study cited Edmonton as best in class. And the city removed parking minimums that created barriers to affordable housing, a first for a major Canadian city. We have abolished single-family only zoning to enable diverse housing options in all areas of the city. And the city is amending its zoning bylaw to reduce number of zones and land usages. These improvements have contributed to our number 1 ranking and helped make Edmonton a national leader in advancing bold changes to its regulatory environment. Today, Edmonton has some of the lowest housing prices and rental costs of any Canadian urban center. Here, a small share of income is spent on home ownership costs, 31% compared to Canadian average of 63%. These numbers are impactful. Today, I'm proud to recognize the hard work of the many City of Edmonton employees who contributed to earning this top ranking. They are ensuring that housing remains affordable and accessible, contributing to an exceptional quality of life for Edmontonians today and into the future. When I call your name, please stand if you're here with us in council chambers. Kim Patron. Simon Vanderlee. Yep. Jeff Geher. Jeff here? No. Andrea Blair. Anlin Wen. Harry Luke. No. Melissa Zober. Gail Hickmore. Joanne Dillon. Karen Harmony. Okay. Raja Bajba. Okay. Jason Dirksen. Anne Huizinga. Ben Goodenough. and Calvin Chan. I would now like to thank you so much for your leadership and the hard work you have been doing. Now I would like to invite Stephanie McCabe to say a few words.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and we're number one. What can I say? That's really exciting. But really great things don't happen without great teamwork, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that each and every one of the team members do every single day. They have really collectively accomplished this together, and they're really turning the dial on making Edmonton one of the best places in Canada to live, a more prosperous city, a more equitable city, and a more sustainable city. This achievement reflects some of the greatest work in this department. There's lots of great work happening in the department, some of the great work happening to provide excellent service to Edmontonians. It shows our commitment and our continued commitment to keep making improvements to the way we do things to make it easier to do business in here. So thank you so much for this opportunity to celebrate this with you, Council, and to the team. Thank you.
So that was with protocols. Now select items for debate. Select items for debate. Let's see who wants to go first. Okay. Here we go. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson. 7.1 must be selected, so.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I can go through the must select, so 7.1, 9.1 and 9.3. None other from me. Thank you.
So 7.1, 9.1, and 9.3. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do have a few questions on 7273, since they're going to be dealt with together.
Can you speak up, sorry?
Sorry, I have a few questions on 7273.
7.2, 7.3.
And actually, I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, just 8.3 for voting purposes.
8.3. Okay. Okay, Councillor Tang.
710, just a quick question on that.
7.10. Okay.
Oh, apologies. Was 9.4 selected?
9.4 is not selected. You want to select that?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so anything else? So that's 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.10, 8.3 for voting purposes, 9.1, 9.3, 9.4. Okay. Can someone move the balance, please?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, can I actually select 9.2?
9.2. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can you move the balance?
Yeah, I move the remainder of reports not selected for debate.
Okay, please.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack, please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. I'll go to City Clerk to read back what we have approved.
Thank you, Mayor. So the March 14th City Council has approved the following. Item 5.1, Edmonton Police Service Funding Formula, additional information, a revised due date of June 13th, 2023. Item 7.4, Capital Budget Update, standalone profiles. Item 7.5, Office of the Integrity Commissioner Annual Report 2022. Item 7.6, Permanent Electors Register. Item 7.7, Council Member Appointments to Agencies, Boards, and Commissions. Item 7.8, McKinnon Ravine Pedestrian Bridge B165 Replacement Project Environmental Impact Assessment, and that's an Executive Committee report. Item 7.9, Rapid Housing Initiative Investment Plan, Round 3 of Rapid Housing Initiative, and that is an Executive Committee report. And that is it.
Okay, thank you. Request to speak. There is a request to speak, but we do not hear from members of the public at council. So I would suggest that we continue to follow that policy. Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda, none. All right, before I go to voting on the bylaws, not selected for debate, I would like to, at this time, welcome grade 6 class from Bishop Graschuk. They are here with their teacher, Mr. T. Pinder, and they are from Ward Taswiniwak. That is Councillor Principe. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you just here for one day or for just one day? Okay, have fun. Stick around. See you in the in the hallways and not in the hallways, in the city room there. Okay. All right. Okay. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.4.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Sorry, display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 8.1.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Just one moment. We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 8.1.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20389.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.5 and 8.6.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, please vote.
Just one moment.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We are just waiting on 2 additional votes. We're just waiting on Councillor Hamilton's vote.
It's spinning on me here. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20356 and bylaw 20376.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote.
I'm a yes. Counselor Stevenson?
Sorry, eScribe is just sticking on us. Just give us one moment. And sorry, was that a yes from Councillor Stevenson? We're just waiting on 1 vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Can someone move that we bring forward 8.3? Because it's only for voting purposes?
So moved.
Yep. Okay.
I don't think we have to
Do we
bring
have
it
to?
forward, though. Can we just?
We don't have to?
I can move first reading.
Sorry, we can do it in the order of the agenda, and just also flagging, we also need to deal with item 3.
Sorry, which one?
Councillor inquiries.
Okay, so you want so deal with council inquiries, then bring it forward? We want to deal with 8.3. That's
Oh, okay.
only.
Apologies, I didn't understand.
8.3 is,
Yep.
bylaw is only exempted for voting purposes?
Yes, you may vote to bring it forward.
Yeah, okay, okay. To bring it forward, so please vote to bring it forward. Yeah.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried to bring forward. Councillor Salvador.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of bylaw 20394.
Okay.
Second.
Councillor Knack, seconded it? Okay, second. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And for the moving forward, so I thought it's actually votes. So I voted the opposite. Is that possible too?
You want to reconsider the vote?
For the moving forward one.
To bring it forward?
Yeah. I thought it's actually votes. I voted the opposite.
Can we make a note of that, please? That to bring forward this item was unanimous?
So that would not go into the minutes, because it's a procedural vote.
Okay, so you want.
Okay, that's good.
Look,
Okay.
All right, okay. All right. Great.
Inquiries.
Now councillor inquiries. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay. I make the following inquiry, that administration provide a report with the following information regarding bylaw enforcement and ticketing during Phase 2 parking bans, outline the process by which areas and neighborhoods are selected for enforcement, what factors are considered to identify areas, neighborhoods as high priority, and how often the high priority list is updated, listing which areas and neighborhoods are currently identified as high priority for enforcement, and a breakdown of how many tickets were issued per area and neighborhood in the most recent Phase 2 parking ban, January, February 2023, and how many tickets were subsequently canceled.
Second.
Oh, it's an inquiry though, in a second it's not required. Okay, any other inquiries? All right, okay, then we move on to reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. All right, our first item on the agenda is 7.1, Truth and Reconciliation Commission Municipal Response Update, Plan Update.
Mayor, if I just may for a moment, and I apologize for interrupting, item 8.1 bylaw also has a recommendation that needs to be dealt with.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Cardwell.
Yep, I'll move the recommendation in item 8.1.
Okay,
Second.
okay, please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote, Councillor Stevenson. It didn't come up?
Yes, it did come up,
It
and
did.
I voted
Oh, okay.
yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. Okay, now to 7.1.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here this morning to give you our first quarterly update that we committed to as a part of our Truth and Reconciliation Commission Municipal Response Plan. We're happy to be here today to provide Council with this update, and I would like to acknowledge and thank the many city staff across the corporation who have dedicated time and passion to embody the roles that have been outlined in the Indigenous framework. As I hope you see from today's update, the actions outlined in the report attachment, we are committed to continuing to advance on our work towards addressing the TRC calls to action and look forward to a year of learning and growing together. Next slide, please. To begin our conversation today, we'd like to remind Council and the public about our approach to reconciliation. The City of Edmonton developed and committed to the Indigenous Framework in 2021. The framework and the guiding principle of Wahigi Chichobi in Stoney Nakoda, or Wakotoin in Cree, which refers to our kinship relationships, is the thread that connects all the work we are doing in this space, whether that be related specifically to the department framework actions, to the MMIWG 2S LGBTQIA action plan, or what we're here to share with you this morning, the TRC Municipal Response Plan. Our work is grounded in the teachings of kinship that the elders have shared with us, and though we are still learning from them, all of the work that we will be sharing with you today demonstrates our commitment to the Indigenous framework, guiding principles of relationships, agreements, celebrations, and renewal. Today we will provide our first quarterly update with you, and we do have some wonderful progress to share and to demonstrate, and a lot of work that still needs to be done. We are dedicated to doing the work, but committed to doing it in the right way. We remind ourselves that in the journey towards reconciliation, the process is also just as important as the outcomes. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report outlines 94 calls to action. While not all of them are within the jurisdiction of a municipal government, many of them call on us for action specifically. There are others that, even though they do not call on the municipal government, we can still play a role in advancing that work. Whether that be through translating that action to something that is within our jurisdiction. For example, when it comes to justice, we may not have responsibility or jurisdiction when it comes to the justice system, but we do have peace officers and bylaw enforcement and legal services. We can also do this work through advocacy and by leveraging our relationships for the most collective impact. So those relationships that we have with other orders of government, with other institutions and businesses in our city. Administration continues to look for ways to address as many of the calls to action as possible. Our first iteration of the TRC Municipal Response Plan outlines nearly 100 specific actions that administration has committed to over the short, mid, and long term. These actions will advance the city's response on 38 of the 94 calls to action. This report today provides an update on the many active projects and initiatives that are already underway to advance on 21 of the 94 calls to action. It's important to remind ourselves in this work that with truth and reconciliation, again, the process is part of the outcome. And so while this work has already been underway, the action may never be a complete checkbox that we can complete. And so we're committed to continued action, continued relationships, and continued dialogue as we look for ways to advance our programs and services to better address the needs of Indigenous communities in Edmonton. Next slide, please. So, Council Report Attachment 1 outlines some of the work currently underway and some specific examples of both new actions and ongoing work in more detail. For the purposes of this presentation, administration wanted to highlight some of the work that has began since Council approved the TRC Municipal Response Plan in November. And of course, as you see those 4 pillars, those are the thematic areas that we heard from community and elders. So we were able to sort of group them into 4 major areas of awareness, addressing, resurgence, and advocacy. And so if we take a look at our commitment to awareness, public education and training to enhance awareness and understanding of the impacts that residential schools and colonization have had on Indigenous communities, and in particular, women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA peoples. So in terms of some examples, we've already held an Indigenous Framework staff and elders gathering in December. Our executive leadership team and elders gathered at the end of January, again to share, to learn, to listen, to hear the Indigenous perspectives and worldviews that the elders felt was important for staff to hear. In the coming spring and summer, and started underway already, Edmonton Fire Services, as you may know, recently signed their agreement with Enoch Cree Nation, which is very exciting and very happy to see that progress happening. There will be a Indigenous vehicle wrap for one of our Edmonton fire trucks. And that fire truck, we hope to share it with the community in June of this year, which is Indigenous Peoples History Month. And we hope it'll also make an appearance at Camp Inspire for Indigenous peoples. So Edmonton Fire Services is working with Enoch Cree Nation as well. And my understanding is that they have been gifted a name for the camp, but I can't share it yet because I don't know it yet, but it's coming. So very, very excited for that relationship building that Edmonton Fire is doing. Of course, we continue to work on the Indigenous framework and sharing with city staff and educating them. So we are preparing for a gathering in spring or summer. We haven't set a date yet for it, but as you know, May and June are very busy times in the Indigenous community, and so we're hoping to get out as much as we can to the community to share the work that we're doing. We are working on an Indigenous framework video learning series. We hope to share that with city staff by June. We also are going to be preparing an Indigenous engagement training session. Again, we're in the very early stages of that as well. We also have, of course, our toolkit development continuing and learning and celebrating through different community events. We have the Ben Caffro Powwow coming back in May of this year. So it's been 4 years since we've been able to gather for the Ben Caffro Powwow, so I'm really excited for that as well. Under the thematic area of addressing, again, specific actions and changes to systems, policies, and procedures that the municipality is responsible for in working in partnership to support positive outcomes and lived experiences for Indigenous peoples. I've been able to do some recruitment for the Indigenous Relations Office. I'm very grateful for that support from City Council. We have 4 new staff that have joined us, and I'm just so pleased that they're here, and we can really get some good work going in the office. Of course, the Indigenous-led housing, our housing and homelessness section, as well as the advocacy from the Mayor's office and our senior leadership has been incredible. As you know, Tall Cree Tribal Government recently has been working with Jasper Place Wellness to put up a shelter space. And my understanding is that administration will continue to work with Tall Cree on their future plans for that site. So we're very excited about that as well. In terms of resurgence, funding and partnerships with Indigenous communities to support the reclamation of culture, knowledge, language, and autonomy. We are preparing for our annual City Council report on the Indigenous framework, which will be coming to City Council on June 13th. We'll also be unveiling some Indigenous artwork. So we had 4 Indigenous artists that we commissioned to create 4 pieces of art that represent the Indigenous framework, and they are being installed in City Hall, and so we'll be able to share that unveiling with you as well. Kichikawaski, our urban ceremonial site, we handed the keys over to the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center last week, so very excited and very pleased that our partner is now in that space and that we can really, focus on getting it up and running and bringing Mayor and Council to Kichikawaski, bringing our senior leadership, and of course, sharing it with the community as much as we can. So really looking forward to that. As you know, Council approved a grant program related to the Truth and Reconciliation calls and the MMIWG2S Plus calls. And so we're doing the groundwork to build that foundation for what that program looks like. We're continuing to provide support and sponsorship where we can to community. Our community is amazing. They host powwows, round dances, gatherings, workshops, and so I've made a lot of connections in the community over the last few years, and I'm so pleased that we're going to be able to provide more support to them in, again, reclaiming language, culture, ceremony, all of those things. Finally, advocacy. We're in the early stages of developing an advocacy plan for the City of Edmonton in this space of Indigenous relations. And I'm really grateful that I think there's a lot of advocacy work and leveraging of relationships that we can do in the housing space, that we can do in the justice space and in those areas. So really looking forward to exploring that more. And with our new staff on board, we're going to be able to do that work. So really looking forward to that. Thank you. Next slide. One of the last pieces of information that I'd like to share with you today is some of the key themes where administration is allocating funding to address the commitments to the TRC plan and the MMIWG2S LGBTQIA action plan. You can see a list of planned work or expected commitments in the last column that demonstrate that work is already underway or planned in 2023 for these various calls. The Indigenous Relations Office has already anticipated a significant investment in community sponsorships within 2023. With the increase in sponsorship funding between the TRC and MMIWG service packages, IRO has been identifying projects that are already underway and can make a significant impact to the outcomes that we are trying to achieve. And of course, we're doing this work with that lens of partnership. Our communications team will be actively capturing the story throughout the year to lend to a captivating annual report that will demonstrate the value and impact of the investment in these projects, initiatives, and events as they relate to the City of Edmonton's reconciliation goals of awareness, addressing resurgence, and advocacy. And so finally, I'll turn it over to Andre to finish up.
Thank you so much, Jamie. At this point in time, administration is advancing multiple pieces of work related to TRC Municipal Response Plan. But there are two decisions that we require from City Council today. First, on the Enoch Stewardship Table. As outlined in the report, the City of Edmonton and Enoch Cree Nation are immediate neighbors, sharing an 8-kilometer border on the city's western edge. The City and ECN entered into a memorandum of understanding on March 10th, 2017. This relationship agreement is non-legally binding commitment to work together as neighbors on a variety of issues in a mutually respectful manner through a defined set of principles and objectives. Since signing the MOU, the City and Enoch Cree have collaborated on or held dialogues on a range of topics. An important dimension of the MOU is the MOU Stewardship Table, a relationship-building, information-sharing, and coordinating body that ensures the stewardship of the Enoch-Edmonton relationship. The table meets approximately quarterly and is currently updating the terms of reference. While we are recommending to City Council today to put forward 2 councillors as council sponsors for this stewardship table, it's important to remind you that there will always be opportunities for other members of City Council to take part in social and cultural learning opportunities with Enoch Cree Nation and its chief and council. For example, we envision opportunities for the 2 councils to gather together sometime this year, and the City is also sponsoring the Enoch Cree Nation powwow in July. In both of these cases, all members of council will be invited to attend and be part of the experiences. And as part of our commitment to TRC call to action number 80, the second decision we would like to recommend City Council make today is the decision to declare formally September 30th as a civic holiday. The City of Edmonton first committed to this action in 2021 and reiterated our commitment in 2022, providing city staff, where possible and feasible, a day to learn and participate in the multitude of opportunities across the city. The details and rationale for this formal decision are outlined in the report, and we would be happy to answer any questions you might have on that today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jamie, and to your team for all the hard work that you have been doing, and thank you for the update, and Andre, your team as well, right? And this is very important work, and as we demonstrated during the budget by allocating resources to this work, right? So thank you for your leadership. Now to administration. I understand that for the appointment of 2 council members, other council members have shown some interest as well, right? So for that, we might have to go into private to have that discussion, but we can wait for that until we can ask broader question at this time, right? Maybe what I would suggest that why don't we do a 1 round of questions, right? Then we can go into private to talk about that, right? And then we'll make a decision. Okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you so much. It was great reading through the report and great hearing your excitement as well this morning. So thank you to you and your team for doing so much. I actually don't have too many questions. I thought the report was very clear, very exciting. Maybe just a few details around some of the granting. So the TRC grant, very, very excited for that. Just wanted to confirm, which I assume is correct, that just because there is a dedicated funding stream for TRC-related projects, that Indigenous-led organizations and nations can still apply to many of our other funding opportunities at the city. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. I know we've had conversations in the past, and I think it came up with missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls around the need for stable operating funding. Is that being pursued through this granting opportunity, or is that a separate initiative that's being looked at?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Councillor Stevenson. That was something that we heard in our engagements, was the need for operating funding. And I would say that yes, the TRC granting process will include consideration for proposals that do include operating funding requests. So we are trying to make it as barrier-free as we can for people to access funds through the TRC grant.
And I would just add, Councillor, that we're also working with other orders of government on how that might be funded going forward.
Okay, interesting. And just wanted to also ensure, I think, another really important piece. I mean, again, I think what we heard and what I've witnessed as well is that when programs only are being funded, again, some of that basic operational capacity isn't there, and then the opportunity to pursue long-term projects. So will the grant also be built with some longevity in terms of it could be 3 or 5 year grants as well, or I guess to the next budget cycle? Or are they considered to be one-time funding?
We can certainly consider multi-year funding.
Great.
Again, yeah, within this budget cycle, of course, but I would say that that I think there is an appetite from some organizations to fund things on a multi-year scale. We are also seeing requests from communities asking for, again, like program one-time funding for programming. So we're getting a bit of both.
Great.
So we're just trying to build some flexibility. into the
Okay,
program.
that's great to hear. I appreciate that both will be considered. Also, maybe just with FCSS and some of the prevention funding, just want to clarify if we, and I don't expect you to have the numbers on hand, but just if we've done an analysis in terms of the amount of FCSS that is going towards Indigenous-led organizations, if there are barriers to groups applying. Again, I know many organizations are doing phenomenal work in the prevention space, but maybe aren't necessarily funded through FCSS. So just wondering if that analysis is happening or if there's opportunities to strengthen that opportunity as well.
That's a good question, Councillor Stevenson. I'm just trying to follow up. I don't have the numbers on hand right now, but can certainly follow up on that.
And again, we can follow up offline. I think it's just an analysis that I think may highlight some opportunities potentially. I love hearing from you. I love having these conversations. I did want to confirm that a quarterly update is the right frequency for you, because I feel like you will have to start writing next quarter's report tomorrow. So again, just wondering if you think that balance is right, if you would look for direction from council, maybe a biannual. Just want to get some thoughts, and we could, again, not on the moment, not on the spot, but.
Maybe I'll answer. I like the quarterly updates in this year. I think maybe
Mm.
in future years, once we get our momentum up, we could then space them out a bit more. But for now, I think we're good. There's so many things happening on this front that I think it requires us to report to council quarterly at this point.
Great. Okay, no, that's perfect. Maybe just the last one, the land acknowledgement toolkit. So what I see on our externally facing website is the 2 land acknowledgements that the city uses. I was wondering if we've developed any other material that speaks to the purpose of land acknowledgements, how you may choose to build your own land acknowledgement. I don't know if we have some of that internally facing that could be made externally facing.
Another great question. So we do have our Indigenous Framework Toolkit. We also are in the process of developing a One City site for city employees that will sort of be an internal resource for them, where they can learn more about land acknowledgements. They can learn more about, for example, treaty. They can learn more about protocol, things like that. So we're just in the process of working with employee services on getting that up. But we do know that we'd like to see something that is also comprehensive related to the TRC calls to action, where you can sort of click on one of the calls to action and sort of find out what does it say and what are some of the things the city is doing. So we are going to be having a dedicated communications person to this work joining the city this year, and so I'm looking forward for them to help us tell our story, because there is a lot going on.
Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for this excellent report. Really exciting and inspiring to hear about all the excellent work that's underway and the work that's planned for the summer and spring. Also very pleased that your team is growing. That's fantastic. So, there's so much good work happening within the organization with partners. I'm wondering if there's also, opportunities for, I don't know what to call it, maybe a council learning plan. Because as we continue down the path of reconciliation, I think there's a desire to be really intentional with our approach as elected officials as well. And I think a lot of that is very personal, and that's on us, and that's about relationship building. But if there's any opportunities for us to take part in specific gatherings, I think there would be a strong desire to do so. So any additional thoughts on that piece?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Yes, there definitely is going to be opportunities for more learning and more opportunities to connect with community. As I mentioned, May and June and the summer is a very busy time in Indigenous communities. Lots of cultural celebrations, powwows, Indigenous Peoples History Month. In August, we always have the Alberta Indigenous Games. So I think what we can do is share a calendar of events with City Council, and perhaps we can also maybe put together a memo that has that calendar of events and also some specific opportunities that might be coming up to connect with, for example, our partners like Kichikaaski and others, where we can participate in cultural activities together and some learning spaces.
Amazing. Yeah, I think that would be really valuable. I would really appreciate that, and in the form of a memo, I think makes a lot of sense. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you so much for everyone who continues to make such steady progress on this work. I guess a couple things I was curious about declaring civic holidays. I think in the report it says that there's no additional budget and stuff, and I remember this was a conversation perhaps last year, and so does that also apply for the declaring the civic holiday? That this is already kind of worked into the current city budget in the same way we have with all other civic holidays?
Yeah, Councillor, essentially we have been doing the practical applications of this for the last 2 years, and it is in our budget now. So declaring the formal civic holiday won't add to that.
Excellent. And I was curious too, because we've I think on that day there is various programming that were offered to city employee for their own learning. For example, the For Edmonton Park. And I was curious, do we know how many people participated or what proportion of the workforce participated?
We can get the numbers on that. I can tell you that it was oversubscribed in terms of room and
Amazing.
space at Fort Edmonton Park. So I think I confidently say that we accommodated as many people as we could, because it was oversubscribed and was very successful in both years.
Oh, amazing. And so I assume that the same will continue, moving forward, and we'll be looking at potentially other opportunities so that we can accommodate those who couldn't get in, I suppose.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's great. And then finally, for that decision around the MOU stewardship group, I was wondering if you can just be more specific, if you can share more specific details around kind of the expectation for the roles.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So the MOU Stewardship Roundtable has something that has existed between Edmonton and Enoch since 2017, when we first signed the MOU. And it is a table that is sponsored or supported by the political leadership of Enoch. And so we would be looking for counterparts from Edmonton City Council. So typically there would be 1 or 2 councillors from Enoch Cree Nation that would be at that table. And so we would be looking for, again, council Edmonton City Council counterparts to those. And that table would also include administration representatives from both Enoch and Edmonton. There's a number of initiatives that we have underway with Enoch. We always have an open dialogue with them about our shared border, about development that is happening near Enoch or near that border. Enoch shares with us sort of what some of their priorities are for the coming years. And so it's really just an opportunity, I think, to have that linkage back to City Council and that linkage to Enoch's Council. And it's really, again, just to ensure that Edmonton City Council is aware of what's happening at that table. Obviously, administration will be providing reports as well. But it's that direct linkage and relationship building piece that we want to make sure is happening at all levels.
That's great. That's very helpful. And then in the past, with since 2017, is there like a formal mechanism for the sponsors or champions to share back? Like, for example, we have these non-regular intergovernmental council meetings. Just wanted to know if there's like a formal mechanism for that.
Yeah, I think that's the place to put it, Councillor. We haven't done a lot of agenda items for that, but I think that makes sense.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you very much for all this work.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about in the Indigenous framework. There's been consultation with elders and knowledge keepers and that, and I'm just wondering what has their feedback been on the development of this framework.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So our elders and our knowledge keepers are our cultural guidebooks, I guess, for lack of a better word. They have that traditional role as teachers, as guidance counselors, as ceremonialists and spiritual advisors, and they are the ones who, again, shared with us that concept of kinship, that concept of wahigi chichobi and wakotowin. And I believe that how they see themselves is, again, in that role of teachers and people who are providing guidance to us. And they've really valued the opportunity to connect with city staff and share some of those teachings that they have. So they are the holders of traditional knowledge, and they are the holders of some of that historical, cultural memory that is from this place, is from this land. And so we try to provide them those opportunities to play that role with us, to help us understand a little bit more about what their experiences have been. Many of them also speak truth to us. So they do speak about the intergenerational trauma and the effects of colonization, residential schools, the 60s scoop, all of those things. And because we need to be reminded of those things as well. We need to be reminded of the struggles that many Indigenous peoples are facing in our city. So
I'm just wondering, have we gotten any feedback, or are we looking for feedback from them to see if we're on the right track, that we're taking those teachings and knowledge and have it properly, I guess, implemented within the framework?
So I guess the short answer is yes. We do meet with the Elders Circle at least monthly, and we do ask them, for example, feedback. We most recently met with the executive leadership team at the end of January and asked the elders for their feedback on that opportunity. The elders know that we, as an organization, are sort of, again, learning in this space and coming into this space. And so they want to do more with us. They want us to keep going, and certainly, I would say sometimes maybe we don't go as fast as the community is wanting us to go, or the elders may want us to go, but the elders are also very gentle with us too, and know that they have to guide us and they have to help us. So I guess short answer is yes, the elders will be, for example, the elders will be reviewing our annual report on the Indigenous framework. We will have our City Council report and a community-facing report this year, so they will be looking at that and providing us feedback. And again, we give them updates, every time we meet and look for advice and feedback.
So their feedback then will be provided to us in those updates to make sure that we're on track?
Yes, we can capture the feedback when we meet with them and ensure that those messages get delivered to council as well as ourselves.
And then you'd also mentioned they'd like us to move quicker. So like I would like to, I guess, see more of, I guess, action in this reconciliation, right? So what's keeping us from moving quicker?
So I guess I can only answer that by saying that the City of Edmonton is a huge organization with 13,000 staff and many different departments and lines of business. And what I've found in working with the elders is that it's very experiential learning. It's not something that we can sort of distill down to, step 1, step 2, step 3. I mean, yes, there are things that we can do right away. For example, declaring, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as a civic holiday in Edmonton, I think is a wonderful statement by us and something that is very action-oriented. But I think, when we're looking at, again, all the various different lines of business, I think we have work to do to work with city staff to help them understand and to go on that journey of understanding the experience of Indigenous peoples and how we can change our practices and systems to better meet their needs.
My time is up right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to ask if we have on the City of Edmonton website, or if it's ever been encouraged of City of Edmonton employees to take the Indigenous Canada course through University of Alberta. I do believe they still offer it. It's a free course that I took that course. My daughter took that course. It's excellent. I encourage my colleagues, if you haven't taken it yet, to take it. And yeah, is that something that we have?
Yes, Councillor, we do promote that. And in fact, from a performance perspective, we also note it on people's performance evaluations in terms of having done that sort of development step as well. So it's not mandatory, but we do highly encourage it. I know several of the senior leaders in the city have taken it, and it is an excellent course. And so we certainly encourage it for sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you. Great report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you for the report, by the way. Fantastic. I'm just wondering about more of the economic opportunities and opportunities to work with Indigenous communities to create stronger fiscal ties with the City of Edmonton and to create those sort of market opportunities that we see happening in other cities. So to be specific, things like special economic zones and things like that, and if we've gotten any movement there.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So the City of Edmonton is in the process of responding to the call to action 92, which is actually references economic reconciliation. The City Council approved the Indigenous Procurement Framework last year. So Procurement and Supply Services is working on the implementation of that Indigenous Procurement Framework. We also have our Urban Reserve Strategy. We've currently, have been approached by several First Nations with an interest in urban reserves, which I would say is an Indigenous economic zone. So Indigenous communities are looking to purchase buildings or purchase, pieces of land within the city, or they may already own those pieces of land. It's like fee simple land, and they're looking to go through that federal government process to have it designated as reserve, and then we would enter into a service agreement with them. And then that would attract Indigenous-owned businesses, Indigenous housing providers. Like there's so many, I think, opportunities there. I think for us, Councillor Paquette, as a city, is we're you know, I think we've put the signal out to First Nations that we are very supportive of that process, and perhaps we can have some discussions with the federal government and the provincial government in that area, because ultimately we need them at the table with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be, that's really great to hear. And it sounds like we're taking a look at what other cities have done and are looking to actually improve on that approach and that process. Is that what I'm hearing?
Definitely. We're actually going to be speaking with, for example, the city of Saskatoon, who has over 30 years of experience with urban reserves. So really looking forward to getting to know them more and their processes and how they work with other orders of government and including First Nations governments.
Oh, that's great. Okay, and I guess my next question is just on the knowledge keeper and elder part, and that is that it sounds like let me preface it. It used to be that, it would be like, oh, well, let's engage with an elder. Elders have said this is a great idea. And it might be something like a bylaw revision or something that, they don't actually have the expertise for, because that is not where their best contributions can be made based on their knowledge and their life experience. Sometimes it is, maybe they were a city planner, but we are actually very respectful. I'm hearing about how we engage with elders and the types of knowledge that we are asking for them to share. Is that right?
Thanks, Councillor Briquet. Yes, that's a really good point, is that different elders have different areas of expertise and traditional knowledge. And so we're very lucky to work with a group of elders who have, for example, language knowledge around, the use of language and where it comes from in the meanings. We have elders who have knowledge about the role of Indigenous women and Two-Spirit peoples within their communities. So we have elders that have come to the table with, different skills, different sets of knowledge. We try to ensure that they're informed and aware of what's going on, but we also let the elders tell us what they are most interested in and where they think they can make the most impact.
Yeah, no, that's excellent to hear. Thank you. And, just as an aside, that's so important, because it used to be that an elder would suddenly then be on the hook for a decision that maybe the broader Indigenous community didn't agree with, but it was because they were approving or giving their advice to something, and then suddenly they were tagged with being the person responsible and supportive. So I'm really grateful for that. Thank you. I've got so many more questions, but I'll just stop. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Before we proceed with our work on this item, I want to acknowledge that we have with us grade 6 class from Bishop Greschuk, and they are here with their teacher, Mrs. Perry DeSantis, right? There you go. And from Ward Jaswiniwak, and your ward councillor is Councillor Principe. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. Yes. And we are having a conversation about city's commitment to building a stronger relationship with the Indigenous communities here in Edmonton, and how we work together to move forward on reconciliation with the Indigenous communities and meet our commitment. So that's what we are talking about. So you're welcome to stay and listen to the conversation if you have time. If not, we'll see you as you walk around City Hall. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us. Lovely seeing you all. Yep. So that any other questions, colleagues? If not, Councillor Jans, can you take the chair?
So taken.
I have 2 or 3 lines of questioning, so I might have to go to a second round, and I'll probably end up rumbling quite a bit because I'm still grappling with these. I'll start with the on training of city employees on reconciliation, and recognizing that a large number of people who are houseless are Indigenous, and they often interact with our front-facing city workers like bylaw officers, transit security officers, and the other security guards that we have, and our employees do have very compassionate approach to engaging with them, but we're also influenced by our own unconscious, subconscious biases, right? So just want to understand how we can ramp up that education to build that stronger bridge, because things are rough out there, right? And the roughness sometimes does create trauma for both sides, right? And how do we provide support to the community, and how we provide support to our workers, and continue to practice that compassion in our interactions.
Maybe I'll start, Mayor, just by saying I think it's two things. I think it's really understanding the relationship side of this, and working with elders and knowledge keepers to get the right types of advice. And then I think secondly, it's formal, mandated training, which is embedded in our system. And then we just got to keep evaluating that and making sure it's always the best training that we can do for folks.
So the training and talks about historical marginalization, colonization, residential schools, 60s scoop that has led to so much pain and trauma.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm glad to know that. But are there refresher courses on a regular basis? Like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add that I believe our community standards at neighborhoods area is also in the process of recruiting an Indigenous relations liaison position.
Okay.
And so I'm really looking forward to working with community standards around, the role of that position and how that person obviously can be supported by IRO, but also can work directly with those frontline staff in those areas to provide.
Well, that's very nice to hear that, and I hope that we within other departments as well. Particularly, I'm more not concerned, but I just been thinking about this, right? Recognizing our workforce composition is changing. We are embracing new Canadians into our workforce, right? And not everyone's knowledge and understanding of the history is equal, right? So how we up that game, that everyone is practicing that compassion.
Yeah, I also think there's an experiential level of this where working alongside Bentero, for example, with our teams in the city, gives you an experiential expertise that is very helpful. So
good.
We'll keep doing it, and we'll keep asking ourselves, are we doing enough?
Yeah. Kim?
Mr. Mayor, if I may just jump in with a couple of additional comments. The current Indigenous awareness training that's offered at the city is facilitated by Donna Kniebusch, and she has lived experience with residential schools in her family, and her and other Indigenous employees do the training in person. It's mandatory training at the city, and they do it quite often, so we really make an effort to catch new employees. As you've said, we have lots of turnover. There's a second phase of Indigenous awareness training for our employees under development right now. They're actually shooting some video in relation to that training. And the last comment I wanted to make is we have an Indigenous Elders Circle specifically giving us guidance and advice on the Indigenous awareness training at the city. And so I just wanted to give you those additional pieces of information about the work we're doing with our own employees.
Thank you so much. And I'm running out of time, but I want to flag this question. Maybe you have to come back for a second round. Is as we pursue our bid for Commonwealth Games, reconciliation is very, very important at the top of the agenda, in my mind. So as we create the new board or new committee to pursue that, we need to have representation from urban Indigenous on that, right? So maybe I'll follow up on that after the second round. And you want to go to, so I'll take the chair back. Councillor Jans, want to take the chair back?
So given.
you want to conclude, council colleagues, you want to conclude the public part of questions? You want to do a second round, or you want to go to private first? Maybe let's go to private and talk about the appointments, right? Then we can come back if there are more questions. I know Council Wright has more questions on this, right? So, okay. Yeah. Well, there might be question arising out of private discussion too, right? So, can we go again to private? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can someone move that we go into private?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
We are now live in City Hall chamber.
All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order, colleagues, and do a roll call. Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright? Councillor Knack?
Good morning.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson?
Good morning.
Okay, got
Councillor
it.
Wright's here.
Got it. Councillor Stevenson?
Good morning.
It is still morning. Councillor Paquette?
Good morning.
Councillor Tang?
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton?
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Salvador?
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel?
Good morning.
Councillor Rice?
Morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay. All right, so who would like to move the recommendation on 7-1?
So moved.
Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor Stevenson. Yeah, we will, those names will be inserted. So if, Councillor Hamilton, can you read that into the record, please?
Yep, I will move that Councillors Karen Tang and Aaron Paquette be appointed for the remaining 2021 to 25 council term to participate in the Enoch Stewardship Roundtable, and September 30th, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, be declared a civic holiday in the city of Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. That was second by Councillor Stevenson. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any questions on the motion or any other questions that are remaining on this item?
I have a couple questions
Yes.
on the civic holiday, but I can't get on the list.
Okay, why don't you start, Councillor Wright, as you sign it? Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just, so for the civic holiday, I'm wondering if rather than a day off, that could be a day of, understand that Ms. Armstrong had said that there's also sort of a secondary or subsequent training that's being prepared. Would that be maybe a day that, as a city, we could all learn?
Councillor Rice, it's Andre here. We had contemplated that before the first year, and what we went back to is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report, and we honored the specific recommendations in that call to action, which were to declare it a national or a civic holiday. I think they used the word stat as well. So we kind of considered that in the past. We also consulted with First Nations, and there was very much a desire to honor the specific recommendation in the TRC, and that's what this is. So that's why we are recommending it that way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
I just want to follow up on my earlier question around the role of reconciliation as we pursue our bid on for Commonwealth Games. I think we need to start at the right foot, all right, by having the inclusion of urban indigenous representation on the BIDCO committee, on part of whoever we appoint or get appointed on behalf of on Edmonton side. Yeah. Just want to get your thoughts.
100% agree, Mayor, that is an absolute essential aspect of moving forward with the Commonwealth bid.
Okay, so we are going to pursue. We're going to make that known to the. I'm still struggling with the process, how the people get appointed, right? So
yeah, we'll communicate that, but I think it should be a hard caveat attached to Edmonton's support for the games.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's good because it's going to be. It ties into that. I'm really excited about the games, but I'm also excited about the role we can play as a municipality pushing ahead on reconciliation, right? So yeah, that's good. So I just wanted to confirm that. All right, so I will take the chair back, and okay, we have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak to the motion? Okay, all right, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it goes without saying that when it comes to truth and reconciliation, majority of Edmontonians are highly supportive. This is something that we've found through various polls and engagements, and really, it's a national impetus. And while we rely on provincial and especially federal governments to do this work and get it right, there is a role for municipalities to play. And one could argue that the real drive for meaningful truth and reconciliation will come from municipalities. We're closest to the ground, we're closest to the people, and closest, very obviously, to the benefits and the disadvantages of the entire conversation. It's very complex, and there are still some people who ask why we are bothering to do this, or they see it as a charitable effort. Nothing could be further from the truth. When we break it down step by step, section by section, even generation by generation, we can clearly see that there has been a pattern of discrimination and bias and institutional weight put upon Indigenous people. Even today, as we find in our various conversations around the city, that even the governance structures are very complex when you're talking about the Indian Act instituted governance structure versus a traditional governance structure. And so there are a lot of things to unwrap here and untangle. A high school principal once asked me, he said, what do we do, or how do we heal the damage that has been done to so many generations of children, Indigenous children? And I took that away and I thought about that. And I thought, the real question is, what is the damage that has been done to all of our children through past government decisions and actions and policies? And the damage is that a lot of people do not know a true and beautiful history. And this is our opportunity to change that. And sometimes it comes in what can be considered very boring form of bylaws and policy actions and things like that. But it's those words through which our futures are written. And so that is what we are in the business of doing. One of the things that we know for sure is that making these efforts returns dividends to all of us by closer aligning economic futures and fortunes, closer aligning cultural ties, closer aligning social policy for good results, benefits everyone. And that's something that we really have to make plain. Now, when it comes to a potential Commonwealth bid, I think it's fair to say, based on past international events that Canada has hosted, that the world looks forward to the Indigenous participation. And I think that through our efforts and through the efforts of our administration and through our partners, if we're successful, I will go out on a limb and say that we are going to present one of the most astounding events that the Commonwealth Games has ever seen. And part of that is going to be the closer ties that we make, the advances we make on TRC. And I'm just really grateful to everyone for their efforts in that regard. We've seen examples around the world of these kinds of efforts get derailed, get lost in bureaucracy and infighting. But we've also seen examples where it has been done phenomenally well, where there are places that are decades ahead of us. And so we have a lot to look forward to. And I just, again, want to express my gratitude to Edmontonians, to our administration, to this council and past councils who started this work, and to all our partners, newcomers, Indigenous people, and especially to the youth who are shining bright and are the ones who are truly leading the way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. Well, I think Councillor Paquette said it so well. Maybe I'll just add a very small note here. While I'm heartened to hear that, in the last few September 30th, Truth and Reconciliation Day, some of the programming to support city staff in the day of reflection and learning has been oversubscribed. I feel that, every day, my interactions with communities and observations on the streets in our neighborhood, and oftentimes with the reports that we do receive, it's a reminder of how much more we still have to go. I'm just very grateful for this opportunity, and also to and just feeling very proud too of being part of a city and council, but also administration and community leadership who do prioritize truth and reconciliation so much. And I think that's I'm just gonna end there and just feeling very grateful in this moment. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to take a moment to really echo the comments so far. Truth and reconciliation continues to be such important work. I really appreciate the team for everything they're doing to help us continue down this path, and for the elders who are supporting them as well. Really grateful to my colleagues for stepping up for the important role on the Enoch MOU Stewardship Roundtable, and to all City of Edmonton staff who are embracing our broader Indigenous framework and really living into our organization's 4 roles as listeners, connectors, advocates, and partners, not only in their professional lives, but their personal lives as well. Reconciliation is essential work for all Edmontonians, and I'm, again, just so grateful for the work that's underway and look forward to the next update. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
I just want to reiterate what everything has been said so far by my colleagues, right? I'm so excited about the work that administration and all of us have been undertaking, and more needs to be done. In 2018, Edmonton area's Indigenous population was about 5.8% of the total population. Today is 6.2% of the population, right? So it's growing, and that's so wonderful that I hope that one day we'll become the largest municipality, surpass Winnipeg, because Winnipeg has the largest Indigenous population, and I think we will surpass that soon, and that's so exciting. And I think this council also lived its values through the budget by allocating $1.1 million for the reconciliation work. It is, in my mind, is a good start, but it's not the end. We got to build on that, because reconciliation is such a huge undertaking. We have more than 12,000 employees that need to be continued to invested in their growth, in how they advance reconciliation, how we advance reconciliation. Also, the community work that needs to be done under this, but also under the anti-racism framework too, right? So I'm really excited about this, but I do want to take a moment to thank Jamie, you and your staff. You know, you've been phenomenal. You're hiring more people, right, which is good, and it's just so refreshing to see that how dedicated you always been dedicated, but how you're inspiring other people on that dedication, right? So really appreciate, want to convey that to you and your team. So thank you. Keep up the hard work. Praise also comes with high expectations, right? So so yeah, good. Okay. Right, so thank you so much, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to close.
I have nothing to add. I think everyone's spoken really beautifully and meaningfully today, so I'll leave it with their words.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette?
I am a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. 7.2 and 7.3 are cross-referenced. Just want to know from administration, how long is the presentation?
It's about a half hour.
Half hour?
Yeah.
Okay, then why don't we, let me see if we can bring forward.
I'll move.
How would we bring forward 7:10?
I'll move we bring forward that.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. So please vote to bring forward 7:10.
We're just waiting on two votes. Councillor Paquette, your vote's just not coming through on our side.
Huh, okay, I'll just reset this. I'm a yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang, you selected this, right?
Yes, that's correct. I just had a couple small questions. So I just wanted to clarify, sorry, I have my notes here. It was about city council attendance at an external event, but I just wasn't clear on what that external event was looking at my calendar. And I wasn't sure if if it's all of council or is it the majority of council invited to participate. So just want some clarification.
Councillor Tang, it's the city clerk here. So just working with the mayor's office, we needed to look at readjusting that schedule, and we also understand the hydrogen conferences at that time.
Right. Okay. Because I remember, I recall the hydrogen conference convention was on last year as well, and we had a participation, but we still had quorum. So I just wanted to double check if that's being offered to everyone, or
If quorum is being offered or attendance at the hydrogen forum.
oh, sorry, attendance at the hydrogen forum.
Councillor Tang, I'm not certain at this point in terms of full attendance of council at the hydrogen forum.
Oh, okay.
So Councillor
Uh,
Tank, just working
oh,
through the logistics of this, the end of April is a very time-sensitive matter for some reports coming forward from finance. So we originally requested to see if we could just adjust this so to create lots of flexibility for City Council, but as Council's created its new calendar and Council only meets every 3 weeks, this is the best option that we could come up with based on the availability we received from your offices.
gotcha. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then also, I was curious about the 28th one. Um, I wasn't, again, I wasn't clear on what exactly the external event was, because I think the convention is done by then. And since it's the intergovernmental, I just wanted to, I mean, I don't recall the specific timelines last year, but I just wanted to flag, for example, the Alberta Municipalities Convention, some of the resolutions are time sensitive. And so just wanted some clarity on that particular meeting.
Yeah, so what we were trying to do is make sure that council has enough time and space to pass the tax bylaws. So that's the first thing. I can't speak to the other events that have necessitated us rescheduling that. I'll leave that to those elected officials to highlight those events. But we are working with our colleagues in intergovernmental affairs, and if there's anything that is time sensitive that needs to be addressed before those events, we'll make sure that those decisions come forward to council. So we're not canceling the council meeting on the 25th. It's just we're canceling the continuation, working with administration. We're hopeful that we can get through the full agenda in one day. But again, this is your calendar, and we're happy to leave things as it was originally approved back in October.
Okay, no, I just wanted some clarity and discussion on this. I appreciate all that information.
Yeah, on the 28th, Councillor Tang, on the intergovernmental, one of the reasons is that I will be away that day, attending an international conference, talking about our anti-racism and anti-hate work that we have undertaken, and highlighting that to mayors from North America and beyond, right? So.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
I'm happy to just move the recommendation then in this report.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. All right, we have a recommendation on the floor. Any questions? Anyone to speak? All right, Councillor Tang to close or to vote?
I'm all good.
Good. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, all right, so we'll recess at this time, and we'll be back at 1:30. And we will start with a presentation from administration on 7.2 and 7.3. Okay.
We have 7.5, time specific.
Do we?
That was received for information because it wasn't selected for debate.
Yeah. No, yeah, no worries.
We are live from City Hall Chamber.
All right, we'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with a roll call. Councillor Wright. Might join us in a minute. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Wright is here. Mayor Sohi is absent at the moment. He should be back this afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And myself. Excellent. So we are joined, first of all, with a special guest from Ward Métis, from St. Brendan, I believe the grade 6 class, with Mr. Masluk, I believe. We'd like to give you a warm welcome, and your counselor, Councillor Ashley Salvador, is here too. So welcome. So please feel free to join for our financial update if you'd like. We could talk to you about the amortization of capital projects, and they seem excited. Okay, following that item, I believe I'll look to the clerk, but we're on to further with the agenda, or was there anything else?
That's right. Just whatever is next on the agenda, which I believe is 7.2 and 7.3.
And they're linked together, and I believe there's a presentation from administration. So
That's correct.
over to you.
Today, we're presenting the December 31st, 2022 operating and capital financial year-end results, including a discussion of certain reserves and the carry forward of operating surplus to be used in 2023. Presenting the financial results with me today are Harm Rai, Deputy City Treasurer and Branch Manager of Financial Services, Kent Bjornstad, Director of Corporate Accounting and Reporting and Policy, and Felicia Muthiarity, our Corporate Economist. The executive leadership team members are also here to address any specific questions related to financial results. 3 times a year, administration provides operating and capital financial update reports to council to evaluate financial performance against the operating and capital budgets. This is part of our commitment towards consistent, timely, and transparent financial reporting, and to be accountable to both council and Edmontonians for how we invest public dollars. As governors for this organization, it is important for you to understand any significant variances we've encountered to help you steer the corporation and make well-informed financial decisions. The financial results will also allow you to gain an understanding of the overall financial health of the city. We budget based on best available information and our experiences and knowledge of business operations. At the end of the day, budgets are estimates, and we expect there to be variations as the year unfolds. Overall, you will see that on a $3.2 billion operating budget, the city does a good job of managing within that budget. The variance this past year is 2.5% of the tax-supported operating expense budget, and we will expand a bit on that shortly. Next slide, please. Today, we'll start with an economic update. We'll then provide the December 31st, 2022 capital financial update, which includes preliminary year-end financial results for the enterprise and utility program and tax-supported operations. The carry-forward recommendations in this report are also reflect the 2022 budget for projects or initiatives that were not completed within the financial year, but will require the budget to be moved to 2023 to address commitments associated with projects. The unused 2022 budget for these items contributes to the tax-supported surplus. We'll also provide an update on the financial stabilization reserve balance, considering the impacts of recent council decisions and the recommended carry-forwards, and we'll end with an update on reserve amounts. I'll now ask Felicia Muthiarity to start us off with an economic update.
Thank you, Stacey. Good afternoon. So broadly speaking, data over Q4 last year provided some mixed signals on economic performance, which may suggest that the recovery momentum from the pandemic may be tapering off. That being said, we view economic conditions over the fourth quarter as being relatively solid. This economic update will focus on consumer inflation and new housing supply. In Q4, we saw some easing in the pace of price growth for consumer goods and services in the Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area, or the CMA. Shelter-related prices picked up, with higher growth for rented and owned accommodations, despite utility price inflation slowing down. Retail gasoline prices remain elevated, but have come down since the third quarter. Consumer price pressures were still broad-based in Q4, but the good news is that pressures appear to be cooling off. Consumer inflation in 2022 averaged 6.3%, which is really close to what we projected in our last forecast update, but very high compared to that 1 to 3% range for stable price growth. We expect price pressures to continue easing, though gradually, throughout 2023 to average 3.9%, and continue along that path to average 2% in 2024. Building construction prices followed a similar trend over the fourth quarter, but construction price inflation for select structures in the Edmonton CMA still remains high. Price pressures easing is a positive development, but we are in a high-price environment unless we see a reversal in price growth, which we are not expecting. This, coupled with higher costs of borrowing, remain a risk to our outlook. Next slide, please. We think the combination of high prices and higher costs of borrowing will cool housing demand, particularly for new homes. In 2022, housing starts outperformed our expectations, but in the last quarter of 2022, the pace of new residential construction slowed compared to previous quarters, largely because of single and semi-detached units. On this chart, we have new housing supply by quarter, broken out into three parts. We have units under construction that are intended for rental, in red, units under construction, excluding rental, in green, and new units for homeownership and condos that have been completed but were not yet sold, and they can be found in the blue columns. Combining all three provides us with a sense of new housing supply on a quarterly basis. Now, housing construction in Edmonton has been quite strong since 2020. For us, very strong new home construction against a backdrop of our expectations for new housing demand to ease may spark concerns about overbuilding. If there were a run-up in inventory levels from reduced demand, then the likelihood of units under construction not being sold and moving into new home inventory then rises, which then signals a risk to us for residential construction activity should builders then channel their focus towards inventory management and away from starting new projects. There isn't enough evidence for us to be concerned about inventory buildup at this time, as demonstrated by the green and blue columns combined. Inventory levels for newly completed homes have been drawn down over the past couple of years, and in Q4 was below its 10-year average. However, it's been a bit of a different story between housing types. For example, single-detached new home inventory was above its 10-year average and has been increasing. It's the opposite story for multifamily units across all unit types, which includes semi-detached row and apartment units. To us, that might seem counterintuitive since single-detached and apartment starts have been dominating the new home construction story. But there has been a shift in intended markets for apartment starts with a greater focus on rental units. This shift helps to alleviate other concerns regarding rental supply, given that there has been strong population growth, and with higher interest rates and relatively strong price growth for housing, having rental supply becomes more of a priority. Now back to single-detached homes. There is a risk that we may start to see inventory levels continue to rise, which may motivate builders to focus on inventory management instead of starting new projects. We're already seeing indications of easing demand in the existing home market, with single-family home sales seeing a significant pullback according to releases from the Realtors Association of Edmonton. So I'll now turn things over to Cam Bjornstad to walk you through the operating and capital results.
Thanks, Felicia. So we'll start with the capital financial results as at December 31st, 2022. The capital report gives an update on significant projects and results against the 2019 to 2022 capital budget and includes an update on debt. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the total 2019 to 2022 capital budget, including expenditures beyond 2022, and shows capital spent to date in the cycle compared to the previous cycle. As shown in the chart on the left, the $7.3 billion of the total approved 2019 to 2022 capital budget was cash flowed in 2019 to 2022 years, while the $4.8 billion is committed for after 2022. As of the end of this four-year budget cycle, December 31st, 2022, the city spent $5.003 billion of its capital budget, representing 69.3% of the $7.3 billion in planned expenditures for the cycle, as shown in the middle bar. Shown on the right for comparison is the same point of the 2015 to 2018 cycle. By December 31st, 2018, the city spent $4.3 billion, or 72.6% of the planned expenditures for the cycle. Next slide, please. The December 2022 capital financial update reports on 64 capital profiles that are considered significant compared to 68 reported in September. Overall, 4 profiles have been removed since the last report. The South Soccer Center expansion, as the project scope is completed and the facility is in service. Jasper Avenue Vision, construction is complete and in service. Electric Bus's zero emission bus program, all units are in service. And the Valley Zoo Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2, as the project was cancelled during the 23 to 26 budget deliberations, with some of the funding and scope placed in the Valley Zoo Animal Enclosure Renewal composite profile to complete the required renewal. Next slide, please. The charts on this slide represent significant capital profile status as of December 2022, weighted by the project's approved budget relative to the total capital budget, and then compared to the previous reporting period, which in this case is the September 2022 results. The left chart is budget status, and the right chart is schedule status. The previous results are displayed alongside the current to visualize the trending of project status through the cycle. As indicated in the charts, 99.8% of the significant capital projects are reporting with an acceptable tolerance for budget, seen on the left, and 80.5% is reporting an acceptable tolerance for schedule, seen on the right. Projects within green or yellow status are considered to be within an acceptable tolerance. Red, yellow, and green project status are further explained in attachment 2 of the capital report. The red status for December 2022 in the budget chart relates to technology infrastructure renewal composite, of which the overage in this profile is offset by under expenditures in other technology composites. The red status for schedule in the chart on the right is primarily made up of Valley Line Southeast, Enterprise Systems Transformation Program, Downtown District Energy Initiative, LED streetlight conversion, and Transit Smart Fare System. Within attachment 2, an explanation is provided as to why each of these projects has a red status. Next slide, please. Moving on to debt. Council approved the new debt management fiscal policy on November 14th, 2022. This chart reflects the city's tax-supported debt servicing and total debt servicing forecasted out to 2041, compared to the related debt servicing limits. Tax-supported debt servicing is reflected as the blue dotted line and shaded area on the chart. The city's new policy limits tax-supported debt servicing to 18% of the tax-supported net operating expenditures, which is shown as the blue diamonds line. The tax-supported debt servicing can exceed the 18% limit for a few reasons, including providing city match funding required to leverage external funds, where the external amounts fund at a minimum 1/3 total project costs, or where the debt is self-supporting tax guaranteed, or where the tax-supported debt is required for emergency purposes. As part of the 23 to 26 capital budget, Council approved $1.3 billion in additional tax-supported debt projects, including funding for a new transit bus garage, high-level bridge rehab, LRV replacements, William Harlick Park rehab, and active transportation. The current approved debt in the capital budget is forecasting the city to exceed the 18% limit in 2027 and 2028, and when including estimates for matching funding required to take advantage of the federal and provincial grant funding, the city is likely to remain above the 18% limit into the 2030s, which means the city will likely not be able to finance a project with 100% tax-supported debt for at least the next 7 years. Any future tax-supported debt financing considerations will be restricted to projects that have a minimum of 1/3 external funding sources, self-supporting tax guaranteed debt finance projects, or borrowing for emergency purposes. Total debt servicing for the city, inclusive of tax-supported borrowing, self-supported tax guaranteed debt, and self-liquidating debt, is shown as the red triangle line in this chart. Total debt servicing is allowed up to 21% of city revenues, and debt servicing above this, up to 26% of city revenues, is only for emergency purposes, as defined in the DMFP. The city is well within its limits for total debt servicing and well below the provincial debt limits. Next slide, please. We'll now move on to operating. The operating financial report reflects the December 31st, 2022 preliminary year-end operating results compared to the approved budgets. I'll go through the enterprise and utility results and then cover tax board results before discussing the operating budget carry-forward recommendations. I will conclude with a quick overview of balances in our key reserves. It is important to keep in mind that the results you see in front of you today are preliminary, unaudited, and subject to change until the approval of the city's 2022 annual financial statements. Administration will provide the audited financial statements to Audit Committee on April 21st, 2023, and to City Council on April 25th. Next slide. Waste Services has a $2.9 million favorable variance as a result of lower contracted costs, as less volume was sent to landfill related to higher diversion rates and lower personnel costs due to seasonal and operational vacancies. This is partially offset by an increase to the estimated Clover Bar landfill post-closure costs related to higher than anticipated costs to construct the Class 2 landfill, slurry wall, and leachate system, as well as the new scope of work to provide riverbank fortification. Land Enterprise has a net favorable variance of $5.3 million due to land sales in 2022 that were budgeted for in different years within the cycle. Blatchford Redevelopment has a net favorable variance of $2.3 million due to land sales mix in 2022 compared to the budgeted land sales, and also experienced delayed sales due to market conditions. The Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility and all three CRLs have no significant variances to report. Next slide. Throughout 2022, we continue to make very careful financial decisions across the organization in consideration of the volatile environment we are operating in. As a result of sound financial management practices and other external factors, we ended 2022 with a year-end tax-supported operating surplus of $81.5 million. Although this number may seem large, it equates to 2.5% of our $3.2 billion tax-supported operating expense budget. It is required to replenish our FSR, which will likely be required to address one-time emergent budget pressures over the next four-year cycle. It will make a big difference to the stability of our finances in the years ahead, and we must be responsible in its use. We will discuss the use of the surplus funds later in the presentation when we discuss the carry-forward recommendations. It was important for us to set this context before we explain the factors leading to the tax-supported surplus. This slide breaks down some of the larger factors contributing to the year-end tax-supported surplus of $81.5 million. The most significant item impacting the year-end tax-supported net position is the favorable budget variance within financial strategies. The financial strategies budget is established at the start of the four-year budget to manage the risk of fluctuations and volatility within budgeted line items for items such as fuel and utility costs, and to provide budget flexibility for unknown items over the course of the four-year operating budget cycle. In addition to this variance, some of the other main factors contributing to the favorable variances include lower personnel costs due to unfilled vacancies across various city departments, primarily in fleet and facility services and social development. This is partially offset by community and rec facilities requiring additional staffing to implement the restriction exemption program and COVID-19 cleaning protocols. The personnel budget variance of $18.3 million is 1.6% of the overall tax-supported personnel budget. Project delays within the Planning and Environmental Services branch, as numerous projects have been delayed due to resource capacity issues and reprioritization of work priorities. Certain projects have advanced using internal resources as opposed to external contractors. Grant payments to support the A1 sports facility to construct a multi-sport facility have been delayed. DATS contract costs have been less than budget due to lower trip volumes. Greater than budgeted transit fare revenues due to higher than anticipated ridership compared to the assumptions used in to develop the COVID-related budget adjustments. Greater than budgeted tax penalties, with a portion of the increase related to title registration delays and Alberta land titles. Unfavorable variances include higher than expected fuel costs, which are partially offset by fuel hedging contracts and unbudgeted fuel sales to EPCOR. Lower on-street construction and maintenance permit revenues due to lower than expected industry demand. And lastly, higher snow and ice control costs due to heavier snowfall and freezing rain in January to April, and increased snow events from October to December. These costs are in addition to the council-approved one-time funding for the enhanced residential snow removal pilot during the 2022 spring supplemental operating budget adjustment process. I will now pass it to Harm to discuss the FSR.
Thanks, Kent. So this table summarizes the projected balance of the FSR after the 2022 year-end surplus and the operating budget carry-forward recommendations, and walks through how we got there, starting from the balance in the FSR starting at the end of 2021. So as shown on the first row of this table, the balance of the FSR as of December 31st, 2021 was $121.7 million. The 2021 tax-supported surplus of $52.3 million was transferred to the FSR in the first quarter of 2022. So during 2022, $117.8 million of funding in the FSR was committed to fund various priorities, including those items funded from the FSR during the recent 23 to 26 budget deliberations this last fall. Through the 2022 year-end financial statement close process, which is continuing right now, $12.2 million in funding previously appropriated in the FSR was released back to the unappropriated FSR, as the funding was no longer required. This results in a balance in the FSR of $68.4 million prior to consideration of the 2022 surplus and carry-forward recommendations in the report today. So in accordance with our FSR reserve policy, the tax-supported surplus is transferred to the unappropriated FSR each year. As reflected in this table, the $81.5 million surplus, which is one-time funding, is transferred to the Financial Stabilization Reserve. Recommendation 2 in the report is for carry forward of 2022 expense budgets committed but not utilized in the year, where the funds are still required to complete the operating projects in 2023. This would result in a draw from the FSR, where the surplus was transferred to, in order to fund those one-time expenditures in 2023. The total carry forward request is for $20.8 million. We will discuss this more, discuss some of the more significant carry forwards on the next slide. During 2023, Council approved $1 million in funding from the FSR for specific projects as well. After considering these items, the FSR balance is $128.1 million, which is above the estimated preliminary minimum FSR balance of $122.8 million. The minimum balance is calculated as 5% of the city's 2022 tax-supported expenditures, which will be finalized in the city's year-end consolidated financial statements and provided to Council in mid-April. So based on these preliminary results, the funding available in the FSR above the minimum balance is $5.3 million, as reflected in the last row in the table. So attachment 2 to the report on the operating report provides much more detailed information on the operating carry forward requests and the financial stabilization reserve balance. Next slide. So this slide takes a closer look at the operating budget carry forward recommendations included in part 2 of the recommendation in the report. So recommendation 2 in the report is for carry forward of 2022 budget for expenditures committed but not incurred during the year. These unspent budgets are included as a part of the tax-supported surplus. As the entire tax-supported surplus is transferred to the financial stabilization reserve, this carry forward request, the carry forward request funding from this, the carry forwards are requesting funding from the financial stabilization reserve. All the carry forwards are explained in detail in attachment 2 of the report, Table 1, Schedule E. So carry forward recommendations in the report total $20.8 million and relate to items such as the A1 Sports Facility Grant, where the grant was not provided in 2022 as originally planned, which is now expected to start in 2023. The anti-racism strategy, where spending was delayed as a part of the senior executive advisor, as the senior executive advisor was recruited to lead this work, and many planned components of this work are slotted to happen over the course of 2023, including formation of the independent body, establishment of a high-level office with an administration, and a city anti-black racism action plan. The Downtown Vibrancy Initiative, with funding planned to be spent in 2023. So as you recall, the funding was approved late in 2022, but was planned for use in 2023. The Ogilvie Site Servicing Cost Subsidy, this was approved in Q4 2022, and HomeEd is currently in the design phase, including public engagement and undergoing a rezoning application set for Q2 2023, with site servicing to follow, subject to council approval of the zoning application. Neighborhood revitalization grants of $1.2 million, as more time is required for the communities to create the revitalization strategies and prioritize projects and initiatives to invest in. The pandemic has also impacted community groups' ability to mobilize and get initiatives off the ground. The funding is expected to be utilized in 2023 as well. Next slide. So the report also includes recommendations 1 and then 3 to 7, which propose carry forward of funds previously appropriated in the FSR or funded through other reserves or non-tax levy sources that have no impact to the FSR or the surplus. Recommendation 1 is to approve the continued carry forward of items previously appropriated in the FSR that are planned to be used in 2023. So this is simply placing the budget into another fiscal year. Recommendations 3 to 7 is a variety of operating commitments funded through reserves or external non-tax levy funds in the 2022 approved budget that were not completed by year end. Budget adjustments are recommended to reallocate the 2022 expenses and offsetting funding sources into the 2023 operating budget, with no impact to the FSR or the 2023 tax levy position. Details of these are included in the report as well. Next slide. So in addition to the FSR, the report also provides updates on 2 other significant reserves, the Planning and Development Reserve and the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. The year-end balance for the Planning and Development Reserve is $41.2 million, which is above the minimum target. Stronger economic activity in the first half of 2022 led to increased revenues and expenses that placed the reserve in a stronger position than originally budgeted. Expected 2023 permit activity slowdown will result in lower revenues. Expenditures should be slightly higher in 2022 as well, compared to 2022 levels, to help with permit backlogs while providing similar service levels. The year-end balance of the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve for 2022 is $0.9 million. Due to the continued decline of revenues, the Traffic Safety Reserve is anticipated to be in deficit by the end of 2023. Through the 23 to 26 operating budget, Council approved increased tax levy funding to the reserve to fund traffic safety initiatives, as well as maintaining a balance above the minimum required by policy by 2025. The 23 to 26 budget no longer allocates funding from traffic safety section, the 23 to 26 budget no longer allocates funding to the traffic safety section of Edmonton Police Services from the reserve. With the 23 to 26 budget, Edmonton Police Service will be funded with tax levy rather than a transfer from the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. The reserve is expected to return to a balance above the minimum by the end of 2025. Next slide. So as a last step in the 22 financial reporting process, administration will continue with the financial close process, and the audited financial statements as of December 31st, 2022 will be presented to Audit Committee on April 21st. Based on Audit Committee's recommendation, the statements will then be presented to City Council for final approval on April 25th. Any significant changes to the preliminary year-end 2022 tax-supported surplus presented today will be communicated to City Council on April 25th. So typically there are very few changes between the preliminary surplus that you see today and the final tax-supported surplus included in the audited financial statements. And that's all for the presentation. We'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'd invite now questions from my colleagues. Just want to jump in. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Not many thank you, as usual, for all the work that goes into this. I don't have many questions, just a few quick pieces. On the operating side, and I might have missed it, but just to confirm, during budget, there wasn't a full use of the community safety and well-being funds because there was a change at the end. Is there any plan to talk about that remaining piece? So I know there's some community groups that say didn't get funding that might fall within this. Is there a specific timeline for, or is there any thought around having that discussion? I just hate for that money not to go to use to help community groups. I know of a few already, so.
Yeah, so I can't really speak specifically to work that's undergoing for the use of the funding right now, but based on the decisions that were made during 23 to 26 budget deliberations, there is $2.3 million in 2023 available in the fund. Yeah. Another 1.9 the year after in 2024, and then 4.4 million ongoing starting in 2025. So as initiatives come forward and as we consider the community safety wellbeing strategy a bit more, we will look to this as a funding source for that.
Is that something, what I'm trying to avoid is that when this comes for the supplemental operating budget adjustment, I don't want us to all come with things, or sort of at the last minute, is there an opportunity to do a bit of a check-in? So for example, I remember Terra Center had come to the budget public hearing, had talked about it. We didn't do anything with them. I think the work they're doing might fall within that, but I'm sure everyone at this table might have different community groups that could utilize the one-time piece. I don't want to talk about 24, 25, but specifically the 23. And so is that something that we can, or is that something more that the mayor's office should essentially just engage? I'm just trying to figure out the right ways so that we're not doing a last-minute mad dash at a month from now.
I think if you could maybe leave that with us.
Sure.
I think Ms. Ibrahim, who's not in the meeting at the moment, might be the better person to speak to what the plans are for that.
That's perfect. Yeah, I'll leave that with you. I just think that way there might be a check-in point before so that we've got some ideas on that. Okay, great. The other question I had, more on the capital side. So as per usual, we always get the update on the status. And again, I think it's always important to highlight how good the city is actually with project management and how consistently we are having projects on schedule and on budget. Mr. Laughlin, though, as you know, this has been a constant struggle to communicate that message. do we have a, and I might have missed it, I know we do these quarterly reports, it's included in this report, we put it up on the Building Edmonton website. Did we have a final, 4-year in review number that was posted anywhere that says of all of the projects done over the last 4 years, here's the total amount that were on budget and on schedule?
No, because we break them into quarters like this. So that's something that we can take away and look at to see how easy that it is to pull that data together to produce something. And we can certainly, I could look at sort of the next quarter update where we provide an update on all of our projects.
That's more
where
of
we
my
include
thinking,
it.
I think people should know just how well we did over the last 4-year cycle. I know you know how well the team did. I know we get it in those quarterly, and we typically average that over 80% and over 95%. But it'd be nice to show people over the last 4 years in its entirety, here's how we did on that side.
Yep,
So we'll leave that with you.
We can take that back and think of a way to articulate that.
Wonderful. Excellent. I think the only other, I have another question, but actually I think, Mr. Chair, I'll probably have to ask that in private. So I think that'll be it for me now, and at an appropriate time, maybe I could do that. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to pause for a moment in that we're celebrating another group of guests who are coming to observe us. Thank you. I would like to welcome again from St. Brendan's School, grade 6s from, is this correct? St. Brendan's? Yeah, okay, good. St. Brendan's School, another group of grade 6s from Ward Métis, with teacher Harrow joining us today. And welcome everyone, and your counselor is Counselor Ashley Salvador. So welcome, we're thrilled to have you here. So please feel free to stick around and join in the proceedings. If not, have a wonderful visit to City Hall. Next up on the queue is Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, so I'm actually going to take a very different line of questioning to my colleague. Apologies. When I read this report, I actually, again, and I know this has come up a few times now, when we say we're on budget, it's the most recent approved budget. So for example, the Pedway just came back and we approved another 4.5 million for that project, correct? So now it would be considered 100% on budget?
Budget is measured on the basis of the different checkpoints that we have in the PDDM process. So checkpoint 1 to 3, you're measuring budget as it relates to the develop of the project. Checkpoint 3 to 4, you're measuring on the basis of the budget for the delivery of the project. Up until checkpoint 3, if there are adjustments that happen on the basis of the reason we do this, refining the design, understanding the risks, you're measured on the basis of that
but the
approval at checkpoint 3.
The delivery of, let's just use the Pedway as a recent example. The delivery of the Pedway was estimated at a certain cost, and we just approved a budget adjustment for that. That was after checkpoint 3, correct?
No, we are not at checkpoint 3 yet on that project.
You're not on checkpoint 3?
No, this is the challenge that we have with some of our projects and how they're approved.
Yeah, can you?
Some of them get approved before we actually get to checkpoint 3. Some of the projects are approved on the basis of an entire capital cost of the project before we've completed enough design work to get to checkpoint 3. The Pedway was one of those.
So was that additional 4.5 million part of the design?
Part of us progressing through the design, working with the...
So that's not the total cost of the project?
No, that is the total cost of the project, but the project was approved pre-checkpoint 3 for the entire budget. What we try to do with the PDDM process is structure our projects, and there was a report on the agenda today that was an example of that until we get to checkpoint 3 where we've got a greater level of understanding of scope, schedule, and budget is when we request the large capital component, which is the construction component. But throughout capital budget discussions, developments, projects get approved for the entire budget
So let's use that example from that other report of the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program between 149th Street and St. Albert Trail, because there was a budget adjustment there, and that would be after checkpoint 3, correct?
So that would be a budget change post checkpoint 3,
So,
correct?
okay, so we approve that. Is that now, would we consider that project as per this reporting on budget?
No. Well, it depends on the tolerances. I'm
Yeah,
right here.
yeah.
So it depends on the tolerances related to the degree
Plus,
over.
plus or greater 10%, is that the tolerance?
It's 25%.
25%. So if it's greater than 25, so what's the red, can you walk me through then, the red versus the yellow?
So green is
Green is good to, like, it's within
Yeah.
that tolerance?
between 0 and 25 is
Zero
yellow.
to 0 to 25%?
Over 25 is red.
25 to what is,
Over 25 is red.
and so what's the yellow then?
I can.
Oh, 10 to
you want me
25? Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
sorry.
sure. Councillor Rutherford, they're also explained in more detail in the appendix, but I'll just kind of read you from the
Yeah.
appendix, not so I just don't mess it up here, but. So red project status is develop stage projects with a greater than 30% variance from adjusted original budget or schedule. And for deliver stage, that's 20%. For yellow project status, yellow status is meant to flag profiles that are projecting over their approved budget or schedule, but still with an acceptable tolerance, and that's 0 to 30% for develop and 0 to 20%.
It's interesting that we go by percentage, because with something that's a $200 million project, a 30% variance is significant, more significant than, let's say, a $5 million project. Could we speak to that?
Well, so keep in mind, though, that the projects that we're reporting on in this report are what we deem to be significant capital projects, so they have to have at least $20 million in expenditures in the cycle.
I thought that it's significant was 5 million for renewal.
So that's the thresholds for whether we create a standalone capital profile.
Okay, I will potentially come back around. I'll see what other councillors have to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette. I'm sorry, Councillor Paquette, we can't hear you. Do you want to?
Well, small mercies for everyone today. But so that 20% variance that we're talking about, that's industry standard?
Hard to define industry standard, but we've been sort of, as we're building out our performance, keeping in mind that a lot of agencies don't actually produce this level of detail in terms of performance data related to projects. That's what we've deduced as sort of a reasonable tolerance. Based on industry.
So let me narrow that down. Industry standard as far as municipalities go.
We've done a cross-section of many different public agencies and private sector to come up with that approach. And it's something that goes back to when we established the PDDM with council, that these would be the measures we would use.
Yeah, okay. Maybe good to throw it in there just for public information so that they understand where those numbers come from and why.
Understand.
So moving to schedule, again, we've talked about this a lot. I get it, but the public will look at that and be like, well, 64% on schedule? Geez, that doesn't sound great. That's like it's like getting I don't even know what that is, a D. But we've talked about this. You could pad the schedule so that, the estimate is longer than you initially think, so that it always looks like it's on schedule. But that is actually not offering justifiable transparency, I think, to the public. Is that sort of the approach here?
That's correct. We take a risk contingency-based approach for both budget and schedule. If we wanted all projects 100% on budget and 100% on schedule, I would suggest that you would constrain the ability to advance projects on the basis of what's available for us to complete the work. And throughout a 4-year budget cycle, and you see it on a regular basis with the SCBA's, there are additions and subtractions as it relates to variances of budget.
Yeah, which is interesting because it leads to frustration for the public because they're like, oh, the city can't get anything done on time. Well, depends on how you want us to deliver the accuracy of what an estimate would be. So that's the other question. Knowing that we've got these variances, I mean, do we build in the unknown into those estimates of the schedule?
We do. We actually do it for both budget and schedule. So within a project, as we're developing it and moving into to deliver, we identify the different risk potentials, and then based on the likelihood of realizing those risks and the severity of those risks, a contingency is added to budget and schedule. It's considered as the project is developing. But
yeah, and it's fair to say the larger the project, the more potential for variances.
That's correct. I was just going to say that construction there, when you get into large-scale projects, impacts are amplified just by the nature of the size of the projects.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just want to move really quickly to the debt management, fiscal policy, debt servicing limits. I find it interesting because in the last 4-year budget, I remember some of the veteran councillors kind of wryly chuckling at the position that the next council was going to find themselves in because they were bumping right up against that 18%. And yet here we are again, and the reality is we didn't bump up until much later. So I'm just wondering why we see that. Was that because of the pandemic economy, and or what? Like, how does that work? That sort of bump there that we see in 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 just keeps moving along into the future. So the next 4-year budget cycle may see, that moved even further into the future. I just find it interesting. I don't actually understand the mechanism of why that and how that occurs.
So I'll start, and maybe Mr. Rye will add to it. I think what you see in the graphs is, so first of all, when we changed the policy, recall that the old policy was 15% of tax-supported debt. So the limit calculations are a little bit different, but you tend to see the bump move itself out because what you don't see is the tapering off of the projects that we assume will be approved in the future, but we make no assumptions about future projects. So you're really only seeing the currently approved capital profiles, and then you're seeing the graph is as if we never borrowed again. And so you're seeing debt come off, but you're not seeing new debt get added on. So that sort of creates some of that room that you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for this report. I don't have too many questions, but just looking for a little bit of additional commentary around some of the price pressures that we've been experiencing for capital projects, and whether or not we're seeing some of that fairly extreme cost escalation leveling out, particularly on supply side. Like, where is that at? Yeah.
It's like a Canadian standoff here. So we are starting to see pressures. In previous meetings, councillors have asked about, are we seeing labor pressures? And that is starting to creep up. It seems like many are looking at infrastructure as a way to help with stimulus, whether it be private sector or public sector. And the challenge that we're starting to see, and I would say mostly on the facility, the vertical infrastructure side is with labor. And so that's something that's becoming a challenge. We're still seeing supply chain pressures for various reasons. A big infrastructure bill in the United States is certainly drawing a lot of resources south, which is causing problems for our industry. So we are starting to see those pressures. So more and more now we're, as we're getting into that situation, we're assessing the scope of projects as we're approaching a tender to assess if there's any adjustments that need to be made on the basis of those pressures we're realizing. And I don't know if Alicia wants to add to that from a macro perspective.
Sure. Yes, just to build off of this, in terms of the environment, the metrics that we're tracking indicate that pressures have come down, but it's worth noting that's not for every single structure that the City of Edmonton would include in their capital delivery program. The other thing is that when it comes down to higher costs of borrowing, the intended effect is to take away demand in the marketplace. So it's the combination is anticipated to help contribute to that those price pressures continuing to ease. But in terms of the components within it driving up costs, this is one where, as Anna mentioned, now labor pressures start to come in.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful, and also helpful to know that we're sort of factoring that in a proactive manner at the outset of projects. Thank you for that. Yeah, wondering just if we have ETS with us, I'm wondering if there can be a little bit of comment around ridership recovery. It looks like we're sort of in a better position than we expected. Anything on that?
Sure thing. So we're actually really pleased in January as well as February. We're fully recovered on the bus side, which is quite exciting for us. And we're making progress on LRT and DATS as well. So it's definitely going in the right direction. And last year, our predictions in terms of fare revenue were very, very close. Even though it was an adjusted budget, we still, came in with a little bit of a favorable variance on that. So it feels like everything's going in the right direction.
That's fantastic, and yeah, knowing that we're sort of leading the way in that space is really exciting. So congratulations, and maybe just to follow up on some of the questions that were being asked around, budget and schedule. Just to Councillor Rutherford's earlier point, I guess, is there even a way to reflect the original budget and schedule? Or does that get really complex? What would that look like if we wanted to have sort of that original reference point to be able to draw that line?
Well, I think this is where depends how a project is approved. If we follow the PDDM, you have clear delineation between a develop, planning and design project, and then the delivery component of that project. We get into situations where projects are approved in its entirety before we actually have the opportunity to carry out the design to checkpoint 3. So then we are measuring on the basis of what was originally identified, conceptual planning-based budgets, to where we end up. As it relates to those types of projects, when they get approved, we still try to apply PDDM to it. So in the case of the Pedway, we haven't reached checkpoint 3 yet. So these adjustments that we make are on the basis of getting that additional level of detail to try and, which is not the greatest way, but to try and measure it against the methodology that we have that council has approved through the governance framework.
Okay, that's
And maybe if I can just add,
for sure.
Within the attachments, we do disclose original approved budget, the adjusted original budget, so that's the budget where we adjust for scope changes in scope, and then the current approved budget. So we are showing all of those budgets in, and we're also showing the original scheduled completion date and the revised scheduled completion dates. But you do have to make your way through the information, yeah.
For sure. Great, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just picking up on that. So again, the original approved budget is the checkpoint 3 budget?
It depends on the type of project. We have legacy projects that are still in there.
Right.
And it depends on when a project was approved. The Pedway example, it was, the budget was, the original budget was approved on the basis of conceptual planning, not preliminary design, checkpoint 3.
So the original approved budget that's indicated here would be the first budget that was sort of ever presented to us?
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you know, I actually didn't have many questions. A lot of great news. Again, not only on the capital front, but operating as well. I think some really prudent risk management and efficient use of resources. So really appreciate the city team. It's just remarkable to me how close we come into budget when there's so many moving pieces. So very exciting. You know, a question just came up from me through Councillor Paquette's line of questioning. So the graph that shows the debt room over time, does that assume 100% completion of projects within the budget cycle? I'm just reflecting on, it seems like it's, you know, we usually only spend about 70%-ish. So does the debt curve assume that 100% spend in the budget cycle? Or do we model it at the sort of more anticipated 70%?
So I wouldn't say it includes the cash flow within the cycle, but the cash flow for the project. So if a project is 7 years, it is cash flowed, the debt is modeled out over the 7-year period, not just the budget cycle.
Gotcha. So then just in terms of the presentation that showed that, you know, again, the 2019 to 2022 expenditures was sort of 69%, 2015 to 2018 was 72% of anticipated expenditures.
So I see what you're saying. So you're correct, though. It doesn't capture, like, what we don't do is make an estimate of what we might not borrow because we haven't got to spending yet. Is that correct?
Okay. Great. Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay, that's helpful to know. And again, not to anticipate or count on any specific room, but if historical patterns were to continue, our curve may look a bit different.
That's correct.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, thank you so much. Again, great information, really well put together. Questions would come up while I was reading, and then they would be answered later on in the report. So really great work. Thank you so much.
That's it? No further? Okay. May you take the chair then?
Happy to. Over to you.
Thank you. I was just hoping to hear from Edmonton Transit if prelim ARC card data is contributing to our ridership recovery, and if not, are we, like, how, I guess aside, I'm interested in digging into the data a little bit more on how we know what we know.
So to calculate our boardings, we actually use our automated passenger counters. So that's on about 60% of our fleet, 60. That's our data source. The ARC data is going to be an additional layer of information. Right now, because it's rolling out in phases, we haven't used it as an anchor source. And I think that's the right thing to do, to wait until we get all of the user groups on there. Particularly next comes our youth group, and then we'll do seniors, people in our low income transit programs. So for now, it's based on that data, and our full comparison year in the industry is 2019. So we compare it back to what the boardings were at that time. In terms of saturation, like, we're really excited. There's about 30,000 different ARC cards in use in the region. We're seeing, you know, lots of enthusiasm from people, and just looking forward to the next groups getting in there as well.
Thank you. Is Edmonton Police Service available to answer questions? I just had a question. There was an item in the report about referencing a backlog in the courts. It was to do with, I think, revenues or potential in fine revenues, etc. I was just wondering if we could get clarity on what's causing that backlog, and then B, if this is a joint advocacy area for council, or if this is just normal that there's a backlog.
The backlog we were talking about was related to our Traffic Safety Act fine revenues, and our members that work in traffic who typically write the tickets or do the laser enforcement, their time has been caught up more by catching up with the COVID when the courts were closed. They had to spend more time in 2022 catching up to the backlog from when the courts were closed, going to court and attending court sessions where they couldn't be in two places at once, in court and on the streets, doing traffic safety.
So we're kind of double dinged there because we have to take an officer off the street to be at court for that day for that ticket, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So what timeline are we to kind of catch up?
That's a great question.
Do we, like 2 years, 3 years?
I can't speak specifically to the court catch-up. In terms of catching up to where our budget fine revenues are expected to be, we've been behind for many, many years, and we continue to be behind. I don't know if that's going to help, even when the members are back on the streets, whether our fine volumes will get to the levels our budgeted volumes are, because of some historical timelines of when the budgets were created many, many, many budget sessions ago. I believe some of the work we're doing around the automated enforcement, sorry, not the automated enforcement, when we issue tickets and we're e-ticketing them, where the correctness of the tickets is improved, so that when it goes to court, there's a quicker process that happens there. That could free up time, increase volumes, increase revenues over a period of time.
And
But I
is it-
can't say that it'll be 6 months, 9 months, 3 years.
So do you benchmark us against Calgary or other jurisdictions in Alberta?
We do not.
So could I infer that all of us are probably having a similar problem with the court then?
I believe you can, yes.
So maybe this is something we could take to Alberta municipalities or some of our other bodies and advocate for procedural fairness and justice, et cetera here. I'm seeing nods from my colleagues. Thank you, that was all I had. I did have another question about to planning and development. When I see the huge jump in housing starts and rentals, is it accurate to draw a line between the public hearings that we have at this table and what appears to me as a new councillor to be an enormous amount of approvals by this body for those starts? Do we track or collect how the decisions of council connect to economic growth in those areas? Does that make sense?
I think it makes sense, Councillor Jans. I would say the answer to that question is yes and no. So we collect it from a point of view of our growth management framework, understanding where growth is happening in our city, understanding where city investment is needed for growth in order to incent development in the areas that we'd like development to happen through the city plan. What I'd say the no part to is you can't draw a direct line from what happens at public hearing to the planning and development business model. So the planning and development business model, what happens at public hearing in terms of, sorry, I'll start there, from a rezoning application, is that development may or may not proceed. And actually the planning and development business model is mainly, the main revenue source for that is development permits and building permits, not rezoning applications.
Thank you for that.
I'll have to cut you off.
Yeah,
and
I was just going to
then
ask to take
return
the chair back. Thank you.
Perfect. Great, thank you.
Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move a second round.
Are we second round? Was
Second.
That? Okay, Councillor Knack moves the second round. Please vote.
Did they get the second?
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just two more questions, just again, one that I didn't finish from my last line of questioning. Because I think if I struggle to understand this, I'm guessing the public also struggles to understand this, so it's important to ask. So let's use the Yellowhead as an example. There was just the funding adjustment, and I know that the overall budget it's used from the overall budget, but that project-specific budget is different. So in the next quarter, based on the approval, how would that be reflected?
So within the tolerances that were identified for reporting, we don't do a Q1 reporting, I don't think, just confirm, no. So in Q2, it would reflect what has been adjusted by council on the basis of the report that you just, well, you didn't debate it, but you passed it.
Yeah, okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly though, so there's a 25%, 30%.
I misspoke, harm corrected. When you get into deliver, it's 20%.
Okay, so delivery, so it's, okay, so the higher tolerance threshold, which makes sense.
Is when you're doing
Even
design.
the design.
Yep.
And then it becomes a smaller tolerance percentage.
When you get into deliver.
When you get into deliver. That does make sense, absolutely. So, but if a project's at deliver, it has a budget adjustment that comes forward, council approves it, the next quarter will then show like potentially that it's not in the red if it's even, 15% over budget plus the adjustment?
It would be in the yellow.
It would be in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's good clarity for me to know. And then I'm gonna totally switch gears, my last little bit of time here, around the operating budget and the economic report, an economic update. So I was very intrigued with actually the last page of attachment 3, because it talks about apartment starts. And we've been just recently talking about apartment starts, and industry came here and talked about how uncompetitive Edmonton was in apartment starts. So this data kind of contradicts that to me a little bit. Could you speak to that? Could you square that for me?
So I can't necessarily square away, sorry, hold on.
Can you tell me what the data says? Can you tell me what the data is telling us?
Yes, absolutely. So when it comes down to the data, what it tells us is that in terms of intended markets for apartment units under construction, and over the course of the past couple of years, with new apartment projects starting, that there's a greater focus on rental product. And when we're looking at the rental market and we talk about this in the context of market forces, you can infer that market forces are encouraging more rental apartments for construction. Even looking at the CMHC's last rental market survey, the vacancy rate in the Edmonton region came down. We're at 4.3%, and there are additions to rental stock between those two survey years, and that indicates to us that there's demand. It's being shown in the in changes in the vacancy rate, but also demand may also be encouraging more rental apartment construction.
And also, Councillor Rutherford, if I may add, we've got to also remember we had a construction incentive grant program that brought 10 new units or 10 new buildings on in 2021 in terms of, so that would have also increased the supply in that space as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Just going back to the demand on the rental though, do you see any numbers in the ratio of our rent to ownership? Is that ratio changing? Renter to owner, I think it's like 35%.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but in terms of the shares for households that are renters versus owners, we get that from the federal census. So the two latest data points that we have are from 2021 and 2016.
Okay. And the next one won't be until 2026,
and then we won't see data until 2027.
Okay, but what we are seeing in the real-time data that we do have is that the demand for rentals, like for people wanting to rent, whether they're moving to Edmonton, they're new, whatever the circumstances, there is a more higher demand for rentals.
Yes, that's a fair conclusion to draw.
Okay, thank you. That was all the questions I have. Again, thank you everybody for really comprehensive and informative reports.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. There was just one more question I had based on Councillor Paquette's earlier question, Mr. Lachlan, on, and remind me, if I remember correctly, is that the fourth quarter update at the end of the budget cycle, if we took the one at the end of 2018, it was also in that sort of 60 to 70% range because there's far fewer projects left in that cycle to still report on. So if you looked at the entire 4-year period, and that's part of why I asked that question earlier, I think our average would still likely be in that 75 to 80% and then above 90%. But if we just take this snapshot in time at the end of 2022, like at the end of 2018, it's going to be lower than what you would see throughout the rest. Is that?
Yes, because you're completing projects, essentially your denominator is going down, so the measurement of your performance has got a lower number that you're baselining against.
And you're often left with the ones at the end of the 4-year cycle that maybe haven't hit their schedule mark in the first place, so your denominator's lower combined with the number of projects that might not have been on schedule.
That's correct.
Yeah, and so, and that's not inconsistent from what we saw 4 years ago. I think if we pulled the numbers, it would look almost the same, right?
I don't have the data in front of me, but I would suspect it would be the same, other than PDDM, we really didn't start using that in in its fullest until this budget cycle.
That's right.
And even then, we still have, you can see, you still have legacy projects that, and there's still situations, which I totally understand, that projects are approved pre-checkpoint 3 for the entire budget, and I understand the reasons, and then we struggle to try and how to figure out how to measure ourselves against that.
That's right. That's great. Those are all my questions. Thank you. All my remaining questions. Thank you.
And Councillor Salvador, because Councillor Knack, you also wanted to move in camera.
Yeah, and I figured we probably don't need to go. We can do all of the private items together, but this might be
Okay,
the first.
sounds good. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up on some of the questions around purpose-built rentals. So is demand outpacing supply?
I would say no, just because we have a rental vacancy rate that is still, it demonstrates that there is still available supply in the marketplace. But then when we go down to whether or not there is appropriate supply for those who are wanting it, that's where I don't have information. Whether or not there is a mismatch in the marketplace, I couldn't speak to that. Just based on the vacancy rate, though, it suggests that there is supply in the marketplace.
Okay, and then maybe to Ms. McCabe, when I think about, yeah, I guess the tools that we have in order to ensure that adequate supply is available to maintain our relative affordability, are we using all the tools within our repertoire? I think obviously, having an affordable housing stock and an affordable purpose-built rental stock is a competitive advantage for Edmonton. Any thoughts on that?
Council has limited tools. And so some of the decisions that were made about property taxes for purpose-built rental help to level the playing field between Edmonton and Calgary and keep us competitive so that we can ensure that we have long-term supply in this space. The other tool that council has is grants. And we did a grant program for the construction incentive program. And we saw that was quite successful, but it also costs $20 million.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a significant investment. But in the answer to a previous question, you did reference that as a potential rationale for why we have seen a fairly significant uptick in 2021. Is that right?
That's correct. That could be a reason. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to close that loop. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe at this time I'd welcome a motion for receipt of information. Did somebody move the recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So we have the motion on the floor.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Paquette for the receipt of information.
Can I just check, are you wanting to do anything with this matter later? If so, can you just perhaps postpone this, bring some other items forward, and then we can take care of it? Because if you receive it for information, then we're done with this item.
Okay, so, well, at this time then I would welcome a motion to move in private if that's necessary.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Stevenson.
May I just please interrupt? Are you going into private for this item or for all of the in-private items? Because you would need to vote to move those items up in the agenda because that cannot be done while you're in private.
Fair enough. Hearing there's one item here and then we have other in-camera items, why don't we do them all together? So I'd welcome a motion also to bring forward the other private reports, 9-1, 9-2, 9-3, 9-4, and anything else I missed.
So moved.
It's moved by Stevenson.
Second.
Seconded by Knack. So can we call the vote on bringing those forward then?
It didn't come up for you, Councillor Rice? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, so now those items have been brought forward. At this time, I'd welcome a motion to move in camera.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Stevenson.
Second.
Second by Counselor Knack. We'll call the vote on that.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried unanimously. We'll take a minute to recess and then, or to stand at ease and then come back